Hello and welcome back to the channel. I'm Tim and we are playing Silent War 2.0 with the IJN expansion. Campaign number 3, Turning the Tide. We're getting ready to start week 3 of July 1943. For our war progress phase, roll to see if we get or war event phase I should say. Roll to see if we get a war event this turn. Haven't had very many. Nope. Torpedo improvement. We just improved our torpedoes last week. So we now have to wait until we get to 450 ships sunk before we can try to improve that again. We're currently at 300. So 150 to go. Intelligence and weather event phase. Let's roll for our ultra areas. 1. That's going to be South China Sea 2 and South Philippine Sea. That's nice. We'll be able to take advantage of both of those. All right, and then for our weather phase, again, we're in July, so we need a 1 or less for a tropical storm to form. Nope. Clear skies again. On to our triple R segment. No reinforcements this week. Ready submarines. We got this one here, ship site at the Fulton. Goes ready for sea. And the rest of our bases are pretty empty. Got almost everything out last turn. So just got a few here to roll for in the broom boxes. We'll start here with the Sperry. So the Hoe is going to need a 5 or less. Did not get it. The Whale also needs a 5 or less. Got it. The Tenosa, 5 or less. Did not get it. The Harder, 5 or less. Nope. That was the last one for the Sperry. We've got several here for the Fulton. Skipjack needs a 4 or less. Yes. Tautog needs a 5 or less. Yes. Sculpin needs a 4 or less. Yes. Sturgeon, 4 or less. No. Silversides, 5 or less. No. And the Sawfish, 5 or less. Yes. All right. And then we just have 2 up here in the broom box at Dutch Harbor, so we'll roll them together. They each need a 3 or less. S40 for the black die, S35 for the white die. They both made it. All right, that's going to do it for the ready phase. We got some repairs to check on. We've got the halibut and the guardfish, both needing an 8 or less. So we'll do black die for the halibut, white die for the guardfish. Wow, They both made it definitively. All right, so they go to the broom box, but remember the halibut was one of our early gatos that was in for refit. So we need to fish out his replacement counter. All right, so here's his upgraded piece. And we need to get another early gato in for refit here now that we have space available. The only two left that haven't been sunk or already been refit are the finback and the grouper. So next time we have one of those get an RTB result, we'll need to bring them back to Pearl Harbor. Just trying to see if I can find them here real quick. Not seeing them in any of the ones that are RTBing this turn. So probably just have to wait until they get an RTB result. All right. Oh, that one hiding on the bottom over here. Who is that? That's the plunger. Okay, so that's gonna do it for, excuse me, oh no, it's not. We got several up here at Dutch Harbor that still need repair checks. We'll just do them individually. They're all gonna need a 5 or less. So the S28 makes it. The S41 also makes it. And the S23 did not. S23 back in the repair box. The other two go to the broom box. And now we're done with the repair phase. So prep for operations phase. Move everyone up to the operating section. Need to make sure too our subs that we're returning this month, I think they both already made it back, but need to double check that, make sure I didn't accidentally send them back out. Okay, that looks to be everybody. So I think I may have done exactly that, because the Tautog and the Gunnel were the two that were supposed to come back this month. The Gunnel has, but I think I just mentioned the Tautog recently. Yep, I inadvertently sent them back to the Fulton last week. So they should not have gone there. I know they were the ones coming back from Fremantle. So the first turn, they would have made it down here to the Coral Sea. Or did I send them a different route? Well, I'm going to need to review the footage from last turn and figure out where they were coming from and where they should have gone instead of going to the Fulton. So let me do that and I will be back. All right, so the Tautog actually started the month over here in South China Sea 2. and that first week he moved over here to the Bismarck Sea. And then last week was when we erroneously sent him up to the Fulton, when in fact he needed to keep going to Pearl Harbor. So what I would have done, had I remembered that, would have been send him through the Solomons up to the transfer route. So that's where he actually is, beginning of week 3. So this week we'll be able to get him in, and then back over to the West Coast refit box. Got a little spot reserved for him there for the month he comes back. All right, so that, I believe, will take us to the operations segment. So let's go ahead and do that right now while it's fresh in our minds. The Tautog will return to Pearl Harbor, get sent to the West Coast, and we'll be returning in October, I believe. Because Wahoo's coming back next month in August. These are September, October, November. All right, so we got that straightened out. Now let's see, we've got several coming back here to Fremantle that we can do. None of these are going to require transit event checks since they're right next door. And one of them is damaged, so let's do his first. Need to roll for the damage on the railing. 5 is going to be light damage. So repair box 1. And the other 2, the trout and the gar, just go to the broom box. All right, then we can bring back the Sea Raven through the Java Sea to Fremantle. There's no red box in the Java Sea, so no transit event possibility. The Sea Raven will likewise go to the broom box. All right, then we've got 2 here that can make it back to Fremantle through the Banda Sea. And we need to check because there may be some transit events here. So let's do them individually. The S31 does not have radar. So shallow waters here. 1 red box. So the +1 from shallow will cancel the -1 for being on transit side. And he will need to avoid rolling a 9. Which they did. So broom box for the S31. And then this is the Pike, who was our big champion last week, sinking 2 carriers total, or not carriers, cruisers, totaling 28,000 tons. Pike does have radar, so they don't need to worry about rolling for a transit event, but they will need to roll for their damage. And it's superficial. So straight to the broom box. All right. Now, we've got, let's see what our submarine tender situation is. We're going to be able to fit 5 in at the Fulton and 4 in at the Sperry once all of these come out. So let me see. We've got 2 here, 2 here. He'll have to see if his damage will let him in or not. Oh, and we've also got one over here that can reach the Marshall Islands. Why don't we go ahead and do him now? It's a P3. That's all right. It doesn't look like we've got that many. We've got these 2 up here in the Sea of Japan that we'll need to come back to the Sperry if possible. Honey, we've only got 1, 2, 3, 4 in there right now, so we can go ahead and resolve those actually first. So, but we want to, there's already 4 here. Maybe we need to do some shifting around first before we do that, now that I think about it. What we can do though, is bring the S32 back to, and the S34 back to Dutch Harbor. Neither of those will require transit event checks. So the 32, since he's undamaged, he'll have to do a damage roll, and anything other than superficial will put him in repair box 1. That's going to be light, so repair box 1 for him. And then the S34 is actually damaged, so he'll just do a regular damage roll. 6 is going to be moderate, so repair box 2. Don't want to get stuck in repair box 3 up there. You can only get out on a 1 or 0. All right. Now, I think is the time to start doing some shifting so that we can clear a path for those subs coming back from the Sea of Japan. So we're going to send, these are all but one. We're going to send the Pito up into the Yellow Sea. The area he's leaving has 5 subs, so that's going to contribute to congregating risk. He's moving from and into shallow water, so that's going to be another +1. +1 for entering the Yellow Sea. So he's going to have a +3 to that transit event check, which means a 6 or higher. Did get it. Each of these rolls will get a +1 because of the shallow. 6 and 5 probably isn't great. Six puts him on this row. Oh, no, it's fine. 6 and 5, no event. Good, good, good. So then he will do a search and contact roll. 6 and 4. It's going to be low density, small convoy. 2, 2, and 1. Okay, I forgot to check. The Pito does have radar, so actually the shallow water would not have contributed to the transit event check, so he really only had a +2. But nevertheless, they rolled an 8, so it still was a valid transit event check. All right, I don't think the radar is going to help him much here with only 3 viable contacts. That one's evading, and this one is too far. So I think we'll just set him up in column B and go aggressive. Ooh. Ooh. Alrighty then. Maybe you can take one of these out. If you could take out this one and then slide over here in the re-attack round, you'd be free and clear. We've got the Umikaze. And the Shikinami. And then our cruiser, not light cruiser, regular cruiser. Is the Chokai. Alrighty. Our aggressive, so all of our TDCs get -1. +2 +1 -1. Okay. Well, not sure that. Let's see. It might be. We don't have to count his ASW if we target him. But he's going to be a 7. And then +2 ASW is going to be 9. We've only got 7 attacks. So can we get a shot on the cruiser? 7 -5 is 2. -4 for the, what you call it, it's the ASW. It puts us at -2. -3 because we have to go over a column. And the TDC is only adding 1 back. Or not adding anything. Or no, it's a negative. It becomes a -2. Hold on. Let me figure this out again. Let's do it this way. TDC is -2, so that makes his defense 3. And there's 4 ASW. So we can hit him on a 0. With our die roll modifier, we could hit him on a 1 or less. This one, that's a 0. So it's going to be 6 +2. Yeah, that's too much. All right, so we need a 1 or less to hit the cruiser. Hey, we got it. And an 8 is going to sink it. Pretty sure. 15,000 tons. Remember, our torpedo modifier is 0 now, so we don't have to subtract anything. 8 is definitely sunk. Nice. So the Pito gets our first kill of the week. First of many, I hope. The CA Chokai 15,000 tons. Another one for the pile of shame. And that puts us at 301 on our way to 450. And 15,000 tons Put us at 1,288,000. All right, we do have to survive this counterattack though. So they've got 4. There's 1 red box. Makes 5. 3 for the war period makes 8. We've got 4 defense, but we're in shallow waters, so we only get to subtract 3. So they're going to be on the 5 to 6 row with a +1 for us being aggressive. 7 on the 5 to 6 row is going to damage us. So we paid for it. Now let's do our endurance check. A rating, we were damaged and we went aggressive, so we need a 3 or less. Oh, you know what? I just realized I did this completely wrong last turn. Because our torpedo level is 0 now, we're using these numbers. I was still looking at the ones for -1, so probably a few RTBs last week that we didn't need to do, but too late to do anything about that now. So actually, his number's a 6. He's got these 2 pluses, so he needs a 4 or less. Nope. Yeah, I know of at least 1 or 2 cases last week where they just missed their endurance check by 1. I suppose I could roll back the footage and take a look at that. Wouldn't be too hard to correct now that I think about it. All right, so he goes done up there. We need to do another one to open up room for somebody to come here. At least 1 more. We'll send the paddle up next. The paddle does have radar, pretty sure. Yep. So they can ignore the shallow water, but +1 for no congregating risk now either. So just the +1 for entering the LOC. So an 8 or 9 is what we don't want. And he gets an 8. I think I'm pretty sure that since they have radar too, then the pluses don't apply to this roll either. So these are straight rolls. 0.5 is going to be nothing. All right, so the paddle, search and contact, 2 and 3, just barely enough. Sparse, 3 is going to be a small convoy. That's our 2-1 combo. Well, not much to see here. This one's evading. This one's too far. Just leaves us with the 1. We might as well go aggressive. And let's see what we got. A destroyer. See if we can take him out. Little baby one. Not sure I want to take out the small ones. I'd rather have them in the mix. The Minikaze. Or the Mini-Kaze, as we're calling him now. All right. Yeah, I don't think we're going to have a shot. Actually, you know what? We will. Because this comes down to a +1. Because we're aggressive, which means he's a 7. We ignore his ASW, we're a 7. So we can hit him on a 0 with our die roll modifier 1 or less. So same situation as last time. See if we can do it again. We did. 0.6. 6 is more than enough to sink a 1,000-ton ship. So the paddle has sunk the mini Kazi. 1,000 tons. Another one for the pile of shame. One more ship, another 1,000 tons. No counterattack because he's dead. Endurance, we did go aggressive, so make sure I get the right row again. Normally a 6, so we need a 5 or less. Nope. All right, so that opens up a spot in the East China Sea. So we can send the steelhead into there. Steelhead does have radar, so the shallow waters don't bother him at all. So, and there's no congregating risk, so only a 9 will matter for transit event check. And search and contact. Ooh, 9 and 7. It's going to be high density, large convoy. Sweet. We're looking at 3, 3, 2, and 1. All right, this one is evading again. That's the only one in Cup A. All right, we do have radar. I think we will set up in column B. We'll go standard attack posture. I want to see what's over here in C. Okay, that's a destroyer. We'll unflip him. There's a merchant. So we flipped 1 so far. 2, 3, 4. Oh, darn it. All right, so we got 1 destroyer lurking about and 3 merchants. It's the Oshio. Every time I see that, I think of Ohio, which is where I live. All right. Need some TDC markers. We'll go the 3 in our column and that merchant over in C. See what we get. Boo. Boo. Okay, I can live with that. And boo. All right. No split shots this time. Nah, wouldn't be worth it, I don't think. So this guy's a 0. We got 2 ASW. So we're looking at needing a 5. Yep, let's just take the single shot, 5 or less. Nope. Didn't take long for our luck to run out. For the counterattack, we are looking at 2 plus 1 red box is 3. 3 for the war period is 6. We're in shallow water, so we only get to subtract 3 for our defense. Puts them on the 3 to 4 row. No modifiers. 2 is going to be nothing. All right, for re-attack, we are going to slide. And I think we'll stay standard. Could go aggressive. We're going to have to flip all those 3 anyway. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go aggressive. Nice. Not nice. Not nice. All right, we need a light cruiser. We're still only going to be at 2 ASW though, so not too bad. Our light cruiser is the Agano, one of the heavier light cruisers. We need a destroyer. The Samadare. All right, come on, give us some better TDCs this time. We'll get -2 because we're aggressive and it's the re-attack round. Nice. Not so good. And okay. All right, we might be able to try a split shot here. Let's see what we're working with individually first. So if we went after this one by itself, we're looking at 7. -1 is 6. -2 for the ASW is 3. -1 for going over a column is 2. That TDC, though, is a -3. So that puts us at 5 for the 2-hit number. We would actually hit on a 6. If we went after this one alone, that would be 7 -1 is 6. -2 ASW is 4, and then that's a -2 TDC, so that becomes a 6. Is that right? Should only be, so this is 1 less, but over a column, I would think they would be equal. What did I miscalculate here? 7 -1 is 6, -2 is 4. Add back in 2, makes 6. This one is 7 -1 is 6, -2 is 4, -1 for going over a column is 3. Oh, that's a -3 TDC. I think I only counted it as a -2. So yeah, this one's also 6. So yeah, I think we can definitely do a split shot here. If we send, I think I'd rather get this one because it's more tonnage. So we'll send 4 here and 3 here. So if we send 4 instead of 7, this goes down by 3. So that needs a 3. That's a target of 3. It'll hit on a 4 or less, which means we send 3 over here, which is 4 less. So this will hit on a 2, which means a 3 or less will hit that one. All right, I like those odds. All right, so we'll do the 2,000 tonner first. We need a 4 or less. Got it, and sunk. So the steelhead Off to quite a roaring start here. 2,000 ton merchant. It goes in B. Let's record it. One ship, 2,000 tons. Two, pulls that up to 90. All right, and then we need a 3 or less for the other one. And did not get it. That's okay. All right, for counterattack, they've got 2.5, which is 3. Rounds up to 3. Oh, did I count? I think I forgot to count that half in there, didn't I? Those were actually 1 less for the 2 hits. I still made it on the first one for sure. And the second one was a miss. So, but yeah, that was my mistake. There should have been 1 less for each of those 2 hit numbers. All right, so they're at 3 plus 1 for the op area, plus 3 for the war period. Makes 7. We're in shallow waters, so we only get to subtract 3. So they are on the 3 to 4 row. It's re-attack round, and we were aggressive, so they get a plus 2. Ooh, that's going to be bad. 9 on the 3 to 4 row is damaged. Making us pay the price here. Our endurance check, again, we're on the torpedo level 0 column, or row. Make sure I'm doing this right from now on. So we need a 6, but we're plus 1 for damage, plus 1 for aggressive. So we need a 4 or less. Got it. Not sure I want to risk him staying out though with that damage on him. But we shall see. All right, and then I just realized I didn't need to go through all this rigmarole because I was thinking I was clearing a spot up here so that we could move one of these guys over, but they can't move that far in patrol movement. So that was all kind of unnecessary for what I was trying to accomplish. So I guess instead we'll have them slide over here to the Bonans. So transit event check, only a 9 will matter. And search and contact, 3 and 4. And they just missed finding something. So for their endurance check, normally a 6, but with the plus 1 or minus 1 for not encountering any contacts, they'll actually stay out on a 7 or less. They do. All right, now we have room for, I can't see what I'm doing here. Let me move the camera. For the jack to transit move. It doesn't matter either way. Through the, well, yeah, that's the only way it can go. Through the Coral Islands, down to the North Pacific. He will have a minus 1 because he's on transit side, but then a plus 2 for leaving the Sea of Japan. So net plus 1. 8 or 9 is what we don't want to see. Ooh, that was close. All right, so he goes into the broom box of the Sperry. And then we can bring the other one over and see if they can get in, if their damage is only superficial. That's the runner. So again, plus 1 to their transit event check. They are safe. Now see what their damage is. Anything but superficial. And they have to sail on. 3, just missed it. So they will have to return to Pearl Harbor next turn. Sperry doesn't have the repair capability to take them on. All right, so I think what I'm gonna do now is pause the video and review last week's recording for those endurance checks and see if there were any that should have actually passed that didn't. So I will see you back in a few. All right, I went back and reviewed the footage from last week's turn, and there were 4 subs that missed their endurance check by 1, which would have actually been a pass since I was using the wrong row on the endurance table. So we're going to get them back in action on their patrol side for this turn. So the first one was the Trout. They were here in the Java C, so they'll actually be on their patrol side up here. Same thing for the S31, which we had already brought back. He should be on patrol side here. And then the other 2 we haven't brought back yet, and that was the Permit in the Carolines. So they'll stay out. And the S42 in the Marianas, so they'll get to stay out. All right, so we got that cleared up. There were, of course, those 3 or 4 subs that I didn't get recorded because the memory card filled up on me, and I don't remember if any of those missed it by 1, so we'll just have to assume that they didn't, since I have no way of checking. But that'll at least get us those 4 to be able to do some more action this week. All right, so I think next, why don't we see if we can get some of these back into the Sperry or the Fulton. Let's see. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 6 at the Fulton right now, so we can only take 1 more before we have to send some out. We've got this one that can reach the Fulton. This one can actually reach either. This one can reach the Fulton. And we need to think about where do we want to send the ones that are coming out of the Fulton to. There's 2 Gattos, a new S1, and a new S2. So how about we do this? Let's send the Skipjack, which is a new S1, out through, we got 4 subs there. We got 4 there. So before we do that, let's bring the Pompano in. So he won't need a transit check for that because there's no red box here. So we'll get the Pompano in at the Fulton. And then that will clear a path for the Skipjack to be able to go through the Carolines out to the North Philippine Sea. There's only 1 red box there, and they're on transit side, so they will not need to do a transit event check. And then we've got the, let's see, so we've got 2, this one that's damaged that we'd like to try to get in there if possible. 6. The only thing is, if he gets there and doesn't make it in, then we're going to have 4 here, so then we'll have to figure out what to do with one of them. but why don't we go ahead and try it? So we'll send the plunger over through the Marianas to the Marshall Islands. There's only one red box in the Marianas, and we are on transit side, so we don't need to do a transit event check, but we will need to roll to see if they only have superficial damage, and if not, they will have to keep on going. They do. 2 is superficial, so they can remove their damage and pull up to the Fulton. That's going to have them full at the moment until we get those other 3 out of there. We still have room for 2 more, it looks like, at the Sperry. So maybe we just go ahead and, well, you know what? They've already got 4 subs in that area. Let's go ahead and see if we can get, I think this is the only other one that can make it back to our forward bases. So we got 7 there now. We need to send another one out. So let's send the Sculpin over again through the Carolines to the South Philippine Sea, or sorry, North Philippine Sea. No transit event check needed. So then he will patrol there next turn. And now we opened up a spot so that the swordfish can try to get in here. No transit event check needed. Roll for his damage. Anything but superficial, he can't stay. And he got a 0, so yep, he can stay too. Swordfish will pull up to the broom box of the Fulton. And so we've got 2 more coming out from the Fulton, 1 more coming out from the Sperry. We can worry about those later. I think we've got everybody back in that can make it to a base. We still have a couple up here in the Yellow Sea that will need to start heading back. We'll probably bring them down into the Marianas once we figure out what we're doing here. All right. That's right, we had the Haddock patrol move down there to the Bonans. That's why he's sitting there. Okay. So I think next we might as well start working on these ultra areas over here. See how we can do. So we'll start with the Sowery. Search and contact with the +1. 6 and 3 is going to be low density, small convoy with an extra ship. Oops, wrong war period. 3, 3, and 2. Okay, don't know if I mentioned it already, but the Sowery does have radar. I think we're going to have him start in column B. We will go standard attack posture. Let's see what's over here. Okay, a carrier. Destroyer, which we will unflip. Let's take a look at these. Oiler, merchant. merchant. And let's go over here. Oh. All right. So we got a destroyer in column A, which is the Wakaba. We've got an auxiliary in column B. The Mogamagawa Maru. I think we had that one before. I mentioned how looks like they had a hard time fitting the name on the counter there. And a carrier. Already sunk a couple of their carriers. Maybe we can get another one. It's the Shokaku. All right. I think we want to go with all three in our column and then one on the carrier. -1 there, +1, -2, and 0. Well, if we go after the auxiliary, we're looking at 6 minus 3 is 3. -2 for the ASW is 1. Then we get to add 1 back in from the TDC. So that's got a 2 hit of 2. I think this would be, looks like, so he's effectively a 2, he's effectively a 3. So that would be 1 fewer for that one. So we'd only hit that on a 1 or less. And do we even have a shot on the carrier? Probably not. 6 minus 5, and then 2 from the ASW. No help from the TDC, so yeah, no shot over there. So, I guess we go after the auxiliary. So we need a 2 or less. Nope. Flip-flop them and we would have had it. All right, for counterattack, we're looking at 2.5 because he contributes to the counterattack. So that rounds up to 3. 1 red box in the op area makes 4. And 3 from the war period makes 7. We are in shallow water, so we only get to subtract 2 defense. So we're at 5. 5 to 6 row and no modifiers. 0, good. Don't even need to look at the chart. Okay, well, we could slide over here. We know this is a destroyer. We don't know what this is. I say we do it and we switch to cautious. just to mitigate some of the strength of their counterattack. So we'll flip these two over. We know that one's a destroyer. Let's hope this one's not. Oh, it is. All right, well, we might be in trouble here. Might be in trouble. Right here in River City. Oh, good. Sawakazi, a 1,000 tonner. And the Onami. All right, let's see if we can survive this. Not at least take something down with us. I guess just because we have to place a fourth one, we'll put it on the destroyer with the lower defense value. The off chance that's our only possible shot. All right, these will each, well, yeah, they'll each have a -1, and then whichever one we pick will not have a +1. All right, well, looks like it's the auxiliary again, if anything. Though I guess these will be equal shots, so yeah, might as well go after the auxiliary. So 6 minus 3 is 3. We've got 2.5 showing for ASW, so that's going to be another 3, takes us to 0. We lose 1 for going over a column, but then that's a -2 TDC, so we get to add 2 back, so we can hit on a 1 or less for the auxiliary ship there. Come on. Nope. Again, backwards. All right. So again, they've got 2.5, which is 3, rounds up to 3. 1 for the op area, 3 for the war period, puts them at 7. We only get to subtract 2 defense, so they're on the 5 to 6 row again. And there's a +1 for counterattack, but -1 since we switched to cautious, so it'll just be a straight roll again on the 5 to 6 row. Ooh, that's going to be bad, bad, bad. And the second one was a 9. 5 to 6, an 8. Okay, it's just damaged RTB. If it would have been 1 more over, we would have been sunk. All right. Well, we got lucky there, I think. All right, next up is the Finback, one of our 2 early Gattos that are still out. Found the other one earlier. Where he is now, the grouper. He was, yep, there he is right there. They're right together. So probably if we get an RTB on one of those, we'll head them back towards Pearl Harbor for refit. All right, so Finback's search and contact. 0.5. Well, it's a 1 because of the +1, but that's still nothing. So A rating, looking at the right column again this time, 6, but then he didn't find anything, so actually a 7 or less will do. Gets to stay out. All right, I think next we'll go ahead and send trout and the grouper up here. So the trout does not have radar. So +1 to the transit event check for the shallow water. So an 8 or a 9. 9. Each of these get a +1 as well. 6 and 2 should be fine. 6, 2. All right, so search and contact for the trout with a +1. Wow, nothing for him either. 1, 6. So B rating, didn't find anything on the 0 torpedo line. Means a 6 or higher. Or 6 or lower, I meant. Not higher. All right, so the trout gets to stick around as well. We're at 3 subs there now. Grouper will make the 4th. Grouper also, excuse me, does not have radar. So an 8 or 9 for potential transit events. Nope. In contact with a +1. There we go. 6, 7. 6 is going to be low density. 7 is a large convoy. And then we get to add 1 to each column. So 3, 3, 2, 2. Oh, one thing I wanted to point out before we get to the grouper's attack here. I've been rereading over the rules, working on some clarifications and corrections, and one thing I didn't realize as I've been doing these transit event check, well, not only transit event checks, but I guess search and contact as well, is that congregating risk can only apply if there are any red or blue boxes on the line for the war period. So for example, in the Coral Sea, because War Period 3, there's no red or blue boxes, you can stack as many subs as you want to in there and there'll be no congregating risk. So I need to make sure I keep that in mind. I don't know if we've run into that situation yet. I mean, there's not very many areas like that. A lot of the ones here in the southeast are, like the Bismarck Sea, the Solomons. We don't even go to the Gilbert Islands, but then the transfer routes, Marshall Islands, Hawaiian Islands, all of those areas are not subject to congregating risk. Oh, and the Aleutian Islands as well. So definitely something I need to keep in mind as we're checking that. I wanted to make you all aware of that as well. But back to our attack here. We've got too fast there in column C. Like I said, the grouper does not have radar. So kind of torn between starting here in A and maybe starting over here in C with the option to shift over there to D. Maybe get some juicy targets over there. But we could also flip over some diligent escorts there as well. So that's always a scary possibility. I think we'll just go in column A here. And we will go standard posture. So we're going to flip 4 over. 1, 2. There's a destroyer. And then hopefully, let's see, let's do the middle one. Oh, a combat event. Okay. Let's see what that is. No, not 8. Again. Don't even need to look it up. It's counterattack combat. No, it's just counterattack. We don't even get to combat. So no attack from us. They get to go straight to their counterattack. So this goes in B. We need a destroyer. We got the Hamikaze. So for his counterattack, it's 2 plus 1 is 3 plus another 3, 6. We only get to subtract 3 for our defense because we're in shallow water. So they're on the 3 to 4 row, and we were standard, so no modifiers at all. And 7 on the 3 to 4 row might be a spotted. It is. Oh, we should replace this auxiliary as well. Oh, we got one of these army ships, the Nagitsu Maru. And we need to make sure the South China Sea is one of the places we can encounter that. Yes, it is. Oh boy. Part of me is thinking we should just call it a day and withdraw. I hate leaving these ships out here without even getting able to fire a shot. Let's slide over. We'll go cautious. Oh boy. All right, so we went cautious, so there's a chance that this will become a regular destroyer. I think we have to roll the Satsuki. I think we have to roll greater than its ASW value, which in this case is going to be 5. Let me just double check that. It's on the attack posture table. If die roll is greater than their ASW value, it's treated as a normal DD with 1 subtracted from its ASW value. But if we roll a 0, they actually get a +1 to their special counterattack. So we need to roll higher than a 5. Get these out of the way. Oh, we rolled a 0. So for that, they're going to get a +1 because it's the re-attack round, and a +1 because we rolled a 0 there. So they're going to get +2 on their diligent escort counterattack. 3 is nothing. All right, we still got one more to flip. All right, so we need another destroyer here. Yeah, this is going to be brutal. No way we're getting a targeting solution. The Numikaze there. And next time, go with your gut. And this is the Goyo Maru. All right, we'll go through the motions, but we've got, what, 5, 6, 7, 8 ASW showing. I don't think this is going to be possible at all. is 2. If it is possible at all, this would be the 1. So that's actually a -3, so he's at 0, but he's over a column, so 1 plus what did I say, 7 for the ASW. So yeah, we're well out of reach. Counterattack 7, right? No, 8, right? 8 plus 1 is 9, plus another 3 is 12. Minus 3 for our defense is a 9, so they're on the 8+ row. Reattack +1, spotted +1, cautious -1, so a net +1. So at a minimum, we're going to get spotted. There's no possibility of nothing happening to us. Okay, good. We just got spotted. And we're already spotted, so that didn't matter. Wow, we really dodged a bullet there. Or a depth charge, I should say. All right, so for endurance, A rating is a 6. We're not damaged. We didn't go aggressive, so just a regular roll, 6 or less. Got it. All right, now this op area does have red and or blue boxes, so it is subject to congregating risk, which is going to kick in now because we're going to send the thresher down here. Actually, does it make sense to do that? You find something on a 3 or better here. With that congregating risk, it's going to be back to normal, so only a 4 or better, but we draw more ships, so these guys will be able to hit their area there. Yeah, let's do it. We'll send the thresher down. The thresher does not have radar, so 8 or 9 to avoid a possible transit event. Check. Didn't. So search and contact, and not just regular 9 and 5. Okay. High density. 5 is a large convoy. And an extra ship for each column is going to be 4, 4, 3, and 2. All right, thresher is already spotted, so that's going to be kind of scary. I think we just stay here in column A. Even thinking maybe we go cautious. Yeah, let's do that. We're flipping 3. All right, good deal. One auxiliary. It's the Mizuho. All right, we need to make something happen here. I'm kind of dead here the last few encounters. All right, -2 on the unknown. 0 there. +2. 0. Come on. Do not really want to target that unknown ship. That reminds me, I think I've had this happen once or twice before, and I think I may have played it wrong. I believe if you target a face down counter and it ends up being either an aircraft or a combat event, you can reallocate those whatever attack you had assigned to that to a different unit that has a TDC marker on it. I know at least once that I've targeted an aircraft that way and didn't realize that I could switch to something else then. All right, so let's figure out what this one would be. 6 minus 2, so 4. That's pretty easy. Which means this one would be that's 3, so that'd be a 3. The bottom one would be a 2. The top one, assuming it's -1 or has 1 defense, would actually be a 7. But again, we don't know what's lurking under there. I think we just go for the this merchant here needs a 4 or less. That's a 50-50 chance. There we go. Enough to sink it. So the Thresher gets a 1,000-ton merchant. And so that's another ship, another 1,000 tons. Let's see what else we can do. No counterattack. I say we stay. We're gonna have to flip both of those IJN flags. But you know what? Let's stay cautious because we are spotted. So we got to flip 3. The first 2 have to be these. Ooh, a carrier, nice. And a destroyer, boo. And then for our third, let's just go with the 1 here. All right, nice. Oh, and it did only have 1 defense. Okay, so we need a carrier. It's the Zuikaku. And a destroyer. The Shiratsuyu. I think we've seen that one. Goes in B. Our 4 TDC markers, each will have a -1 applied to them. We are still cautious, so we're really probably only going to be able to target excuse me, 1 ship. +1 there, -2, there we go. Ooh, a -3 on that one. So that does not get modified further. And then a +3 over there, so we're not going after the carrier for sure. All right, so I think let's figure out these two. I'd kind of like to go after the higher tonnage. Let's see how much difference it's going to be. So we're at 6 minus 1 is 5. Minus 2 for the ASW makes 3. Then we add back in 3 for the TDC. So we can hit that one on a 6 or less. This one would be 6 minus 4 is 2. Minus 2 for the ASW is 0. And then add 3 back. So we'd hit it on a 3 or less. Yeah, it's a shame we can't do a split shot. This would probably be a nice opportunity for that. But if we did, then whichever one wasn't our unmodified TDC would get a +1 instead of a -1. Of course, I wonder when that gets applied, because technically we could choose this one, and if the +1 gets applied before the -1 for the reattack round, it's effectively not changing it. I mean, if this was our unmodified, then it's an interesting question. But then still, it would also get a +1 DRM to the die roll in addition to that. So I think we just go after the Mizuho there. With the 3 or less, that's pretty good chances to hit, I think. Ooh, well, we wouldn't have made it even if we picked the other one, so no regrets. Counterattack, we're looking at 2.5. The carrier contributing 1/2. So that's going to be 3, 1 from the op area, 3 from the war period makes 7. We only get to subtract 2 for our defense because we're in shallow water. So 5 to 6 row, +1 for reattack round, +1 for spotted, -1 for cautious attack posture. So +1 on 5 to 6. Good. 2 is nothing. All right. Then our endurance check, B rating, 5 or less. Yes. All right, so I think that's all we're gonna send into there. So let's move over to the South Philippine Sea. And we'll do the 3 that are already there. And then we'll probably move the tuna and the tarpon down as well. All right, so let's start with the Sea Dragon. +1 to search and contact. 9-3. High density, small convoy. An extra ship is going to be 433. Okay, Sea Dragon does have radar. This one is too far. Yeah, I can't really pass up this column A here, I don't think. We'll go standard attack posture. We'll flip them all, and if something comes up bad, we can unflip it. Let's just go top to bottom here. Okay, we're going to unflip that destroyer. Fingers crossed. All right. Perfect. One auxiliary. the HSK9 Michael. Okay, this is that one that I mentioned. Does have a German flag on it. Let's see, there's a special rule for that one, so let's see what that is. Here it is. It's the German Merchant Raider HSK9 Michael. German auxiliary cruiser operating as a commerce raider. Some history about it. Can only be encountered under the loaner rule. She is revealed on a tactical display as part of a Japanese task force. It's returned to the pile and another AX ship is drawn in her place. All right. So it's not a loaner contact, so we don't get to find it. Back in the bowl, and we'll draw a different one. And we got the IRO or ERO, not sure which. Okay, 4 TDC markers. I think the ERO is a named ship in the regular game too. So if we sink that, we'll probably need to remove its counter if it's even in the mix at this point. I don't remember if it is or not. Let's see. Oh, right. It's just it's a named auxiliary ship, yeah. So it is in there somewhere. I mean, it might be, but we'll have to pull it out if we sink it. All right, well, that's a good one. I was hoping that would be a better one than that. Okay, so we went standard, so split shot is on the table. Let's see if it makes sense. If we go after this one, 2 minus 2 makes him a 0, so that would be a 6 to hit. 2 minus 1 is 1, so that would be a 5 to hit. So if we split it 3 and 3, well, let's just for funsies too. This one is a 3, so he'd be a 3 to hit on his own. So we could either just go after that one to try to get the big tonnage, or if we did a split shot here, we'd do 3 on each, which would basically reduce each one by 3. So this would need a 3 to hit, and this would need a 2 to hit. I think I'd rather take my chances with this one. So we'll just go after the oiler there and try to get a 3 or less. Got it. Nice. An 8 for a 16,000 ton. More than enough. All right. So the Sea Dragon gets the AO Hero, 16,000 tons. Over Over to the pile of shame. And to our track, we get another ship and 16,000 tons. So this is going to go here. This will go up, and then this goes up 6 to 8. So we're at, whoops, I moved the wrong one. This was supposed to go up. So we're at 304 ships. No, 305 ships sunk, and 1,308,000 tons. Hopefully I got that right. We will confirm it at the end of the turn when I put everything into the spreadsheet. All right, no counterattack. We will need to find the Eero from the base set and remove their counter as well. So I think for the re-attack, we stay where we are, even though we know this is a destroyer. If we move over here, we're going to have to flip these things over here. So I think I'd rather just flip these two. Excuse me. We'll stay cautious. Oh, nice. The light cruiser is back. It's the OE. And then our destroyer. The Shiratsuyu, we just saw that one. He slid over from the South China Sea 2 area. All right, TDC markers on everything but the destroyer. These will have a -1. Wait a minute, did we go? We were cautious the first round too, weren't we? So yeah, that split shot I was contemplating wouldn't have worked out the way I thought. Did we go cautious? Yeah, because we only flipped 3. No, we flipped 4. Right? Yeah, we flipped this, unflipped him, flipped that, flipped that. But this time we did go cautious. Because we knew we were getting that destroyer and potentially another one. All right, I think we got it straight. Ooh, nice. That's a -3. That's a 0. That's a -1. And that's a +1. So looks like the merchant is the way to go. Let's see between that and the cruiser over there what our options are. So this time we are cautious for sure. So no split shots. 6 minus, well, he's a -1. But then there's 2 from the ASW. So he's a 1. You add all those 3 together. So we'll need a 5 to hit that. This one would be, he's a 2, 3, 4, 5. So we'd have to get a 1 to hit that one. Not even gonna mark it. Over here, we're looking at, he's a 4 plus 2 minus 1. Would be 5, but then over a column. So that would be a 0 to hit that one. Yep, I think we just go after that quote unquote easy shot. So we need a 5 or less. Nope. Counterattack this time. We're looking at 2 plus 1 red box makes 3. Another 3 makes 6. We're not in shallow water here, so we can subtract our full defense of 3. Puts them on the 3 to 4 row, plus 1 for reattack, plus 1 for spotted, minus 1 for cautious. So net plus 1. That's a 4. On the 3 to 4 row is nothing. Endurance check, B rating. Need a 5 or less. Got it. Much better with our endurance checks here lately, which is evident by how many we've got out on patrol this turn. This is going to take us a while. We might be looking at a 3.5 to 4 hour turn here. All right, S31. They came within a whisker of getting a super skipper last turn. Just needed that 1 die roll to be 1 less. And they would have gotten their 3 ships and over 16,000 tons. So, plus 1 for the search and contact. 3-2 is going to just fall short, it looks like. Yep. So no super skipper for them this week. Endurance check, D rating, didn't find anything. You need a 4 or less. Nope. Yes, I am on the right column. That actually is a miss. All right, next we got the Belau. Let's see if they can make something happen this time. They didn't find anything their first week out. So plus 1 to search and contact. 7 and 2. There we go. It's going to be low density, small convoy. Extra ship makes it 332. All right, the Belau or Baleo, I'm not sure what the correct pronunciation is there. I'll have to look that up. They do have radar. I think we start here in B. And we'll go standard posture. All right, good deal. And then do we take a chance over there on the one in column C? Yep. Oh, good. Excellent. So we need 2 auxiliaries. First one is the Genyo Maru. Second one is the Break. All right. 4 TDCs. Focused a little better there. Give us a nice -3 on the Genyo Maru there. Or the Break. Either one would be nice. -2, okay, well, not that one. -1, okay. -2 over there, All right, let's see what our options are here. We go after the top merchant. We do have a half ASW contributing here from the gunboat. So that's going to be 7 minus 1 is 6. Minus 1 for the ASW makes 5. Add back in 2. So we hit that on a 7 or less. The gunboat would be the same, but not like 1 fewer, so 6. Running out of dice here. And over here we're looking at 7 minus 3 is 4, minus 1 for the ASW, minus 1 for going over a column, and then add 2 back. So he'd be a 4 to hit. So what I'm thinking is we do a split shot on these two. Try to take that ASW out of the picture. And plus we get 2 shots. So if we send 4 to here and 3 to here, that will make them equal shots. So 4 here means it would be 3 less. So that would be hitting on a 3 or less. Which means we send 3 here, which will be 4 less, which is also hitting on a 3 or less. So 2 shots at 3 or less, I like that. So we'll do the merchant first. Missed. The gunboat. Missed. Darn it. All right. Them's the brakes. Get it? The brakes. That was really bad. 1 for the counterattack, plus 1 red box, plus 3 makes 5. 5 defense. So he's on the 0 line with no modifier. 4 is nothing. All right, reattack. Here's what we do. We slide over here. So the only one we have to reveal is that one. And we switch to aggressive. Oh, perfect. All right, now we just got to decide. Oh, that's a 9,000 ton merchant. I think we leave the gunboat alone. Well, I guess the gunboat's equivalent to the merchant, so we might as well go after that instead. And get rid of his ASW if that's one of the options we want to take. Hopefully we can get another split shot attempt. Being aggressive, it'll be even easier. We get to add 1 to each die roll. All right. Nope, not that one. Maybe that one. Maybe that one. All right, yeah, looks like. So these are both, because we're aggressive and it's a reattack round, these are both -4. So I'm thinking we do a split shot here. We send more. We send 4 here and 3 here, because that'll give us equal shots, I think, if I'm figuring this right. So 4 here, -3 for the defense, -1 for the ASW, but then we add 4 back in for the TDC. Means that hits on a 4. Well, the 2 hit numbers of 4. actually hits on a 5 or less. Over here, we're sending 3. So 3 minus 1 is 2, minus another one for the ASW, minus 1 for going over a column, plus 4 from the TDC. Makes that one a 4 to hit as well, which means we'll hit on a 5 or less. Let's do it. Let's do the break first. So 5 or less is what we're looking for. Oh, missed it by 1. And 6 would have sunk it too. All right, and then the gunboat. Missed it by 1 as well. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's all I can say. Make sure I calculated this right. We sent 4 here. 4 minus 3 is 1. Minus 1 for the ASW is 0. Add back in 4 from the TDC. Minus 1 DRM we need a 5. Yep, this one's the same. Wow, that is so disappointing. So disappointing. To get a perfect draw like that, near perfect draw, and come away completely empty-handed. All right, A rating, we did go aggressive, so 5 or less. He gets to stay out. Alrighty. I think next we send the Pompon over. So only a 9 will potentially cause a transit event. Nope. Search and contact with a +1. 2 and 6. Didn't find a thing. So for endurance check, A rating without finding any contacts, 7 or less. Wow. Alrighty then. That is our 4th. So now congregating risk kicks in. We'll send the tuna down. So patrol movement with a +1 because of the congregating risk means an 8 or 9 is what we want to avoid. And search and contact now just with no modifiers. 1-5, nothing for the tuna either. B rating, found no contacts, 6 or less. Got it. And then the tarpon will come down. Same thing, 8 or 9 on the transit check. And then search and contact with no modifiers. There we go, 5-2. It's going to be a sparse small convoy with an extra ship is going to be 3 and 2. All right, the tarpon does have radar. So I'm thinking we set up in column A and we go cautious. Flip these 2 red balls. Unflip that one. Flip this one. And then do we want to do that or one of these over here? I think we do one of these. Nice. Light cruiser. The Oyoto, and again the Special rules for this one have been modified so that we are allowed to find it now. Okay, 3 TDC markers. I think we go here, here, and here. Oh, good. All right, pretty obvious choice here. That's a 0. We're a 4. So we need a 4 or less. Didn't get it. No counterattack. We know this is a destroyer, but we don't have to flip him if we stay cautious. We just flip the 2 rising suns. Yep, let's do it. Do we stay in our column though, or do we slide over? I think we slide over. I'd rather have a better shot on the Yodo, I think. All right, another light cruiser. Is there supposed to be 2 in that cut? Did I put something back wrong at some point? CL 5 ton. Yeah, there are 2 in the B cup. All right, good deal. That's why it comes up so often. And then this one. Yeah, it's a destroyer. We could unflip it, but then we just have to flip this one, which we already know is a destroyer. So, see what we have. The Fumisuki. Nice little small one. And for our other light cruiser, the OE again. All right. It's our last opportunity to sink something in an ultra area this week. I mean, theoretically, we could send, I guess maybe we should look at that. I just realized the Carolines and the Marianas are also adjacent to the South Philippine Sea, so maybe we will send some more in there. At least until we get up to 8 subs, then it probably starts to become counterproductive. All right, good. Not so good. Not so good. All right, well, this is a -3 because we're in the re-attack round, so he's a 3 basically because, well, we got the, 4 actually, because 2 from this, 1 from that, 1 for going over a column. But then -3 from the TDC, so he's a 1, so we need a 3 or less to hit him this time. I'm not even going to figure out what those other ones are. 3 or less. There we go. 3-9, that'll do it. That's the tarpon. A 3,000 ton merchant. One more ship. 3,000 more tons. 1, 2, 3. And move up on the tens. Tens of tons. All right. For counterattack, we've got 1 plus 1 is 2, plus 3 is 5, minus 2 defense, puts them on the 3 to 4 row, plus 1 for reattack, minus 1 for cautious. 6 on the 3 to 4 row, might be spotted. Yes, it is. For endurance check, C rating, 4 or less. Got it. All right, so like I was saying, we've got all these here that could potentially come in, and these here that could potentially come in. I think maybe since the seal is spotted, we won't send him in. The permit and the S44, Sargo and the spearfish. I think we got 5 there now, right? 1, or do we have 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6. I think we send 2 more in, the 2 best, which is going to be the Sargo and the spearfish. So Sargo will come down, transit event with the congregating risk, 8 or 9. And then straight roll for the search and contact. 9-1. High density, small convoy. It's going to be 4-3-3. Okay, evading. Yep. Sargo does have radar. So we're going to set up in column B. We're going to go standard. And I want to see what's over here in C. Nice. 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 Let's go with the bottom one. Hospital ship. Yeah, I don't want to use my unflip on it though. Might turn over a diligent escort. All right. So we need a cruiser here, and everything else stays. We got the aircraft capable Tone. It'd be nice to get either him down or that armed merchant down. Reduce their counterattack. All right, +2, -1, good. -1, good. +1, not so good. All right, well, I think we go after the 9,000 ton merchant. So we're at 6 minus 2 is 4. We've got 1 ASW, so that takes it down to 3. Over a column takes it down to 2. Then we add 1 back in. So we need a 3 or less to hit here. You have to kick over to that 0. All right, counterattack, they've got 1.5. So that rounds up to 2, plus 1 is 3, plus another 3 is 6. Minus 3 defense for us puts them on the 3 to 4 row with no modifiers. 2 is going to be nothing. All right, so for re-attack, I think we slide over here and hope that neither one of those are a diligent escort. I'm debating on switching to aggressive. I think I will. Let's go aggressive. Okay, good. And good. All right. Ego gets replaced. The Tagai, 10,000 ton supply ship, or stores ship. Let's B. All right. So what we can do now with our aggressive posture. I think we want to target everything but the gunboat and the hospital ship. Nice. Nice. Those are both -4s. That's a -3. And that's a -4. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I wonder if we could get a split shot here. They've got pretty high defenses, though, so maybe not. All right, let's figure them out. 6 minus 4 is 2. We've got 1.5 ASW showing now, so that's another 2 gone. Takes us down to 0. Over a column takes us to -1. Plus 4 means hit 2 hit is a 3. Hit on a 4 with our DRM. 6 minus 2 is 4. Minus 2 ASW makes 2, but then add back in 4 from the TDC. Means we hit that on a 6. Well, the 2 hits a 6. We hit it on a 7. 6 minus 5 is 1. Minus 2 ASW is -1. Plus 3 puts that at a 2 hit of 2. Hits on a 3 or less. And then 6 minus 4 is 2. Minus 2 ASW. Add back in 4. That's a 4, which means we hit on 5 or less. If we did a split shot here, and sent 4 here and 2 here, that would make each of those be a 2-hit number of 2, and we would hit on a 3 or less. Or do we just want one roll of a 6 or less? You know what, let's try it. So these will both be 2-hit numbers of 2. Which means we'll hit each on a 3 or less. So let's try the top merchant first. 3 or less. Nope. Bottom one. 3 or less. Nope. 2 9s. Wow. All right. Well, that wasn't happening no matter how we did it. So counterattack, they're at 1, 1.5, 2. Plus 1 red box, plus 3 makes 6. Minus our 3 defense. 3 to 4 row. And we are plus 1 for reattack, plus 1 for aggressive. Ooh, that's a 9. That's going to be bad. 3 to 4, a 9 is going to be damaged. And B rating, aggressive and damaged, we're going to need a 3 or less. All right, one more, we'll send the spearfish down. 8 or 9 for transit event. 9. 6 and 6. 6 and 6. Just missed it. Search and contact with no modifiers. 2 8. That's not going to be anything, and it's not quite good enough for a loner contact. Needed a 9 on the second die. So B rating, found no contacts, 6 or less. Ooh, just made it. All right, now we're done with the ultra areas. Let's see what else we want to do. So these 3 in the Solomons, I think we want to get up here into the Carolines, which means we want to get at least 2 of these out of there, I think. So let's send them over to the North Philippine Sea. So the permit goes over there. Transit event check on a 9. Oop. Search and contact. 1 8. Again, nothing, and just short of finding a loner. C rating. Didn't find any contacts. He needs a 5 or less. Ooh, thought it was going to be a 6. So he makes it to stay out another week. Let's send the I think we'll send the S44 up there. So transit event check only on a 9. Search and contact. Another 1 8. Wow. D rating, didn't find anything, needs a 4 or less. right, move this current area marker. I'm thinking about it. We'll have the SEAL patrol in place there in the Carolines. So search and contact 7-0. It's going to be low density small convoy. 2, 2, and 1. The SEAL does have radar. 4 tactical rating. Let's go column A and go cautious. So we can take advantage of our radar if we need to. And we do. Unflip. Oh, come on. Well, this is going to be a little rough. Need to take down one of these destroyers in the first round. First one is the Shirakumo. Second one, some focus issues again. There we go. There's the Hatsukaze. Okay. This trouble for a little 3,000-ton merchant. There we go. All right. So if we target this escort in the first round, we can ignore his ASW. So it'll just be 2 for the ASW. 5 minus 6 is a -1. Minus another 2 is a -3. The TDC brings it back up to 0. So it would be a 0 to hit that. If we went after this one, we're looking at 5 minus 1 is 4. Minus 3 ASW over a column is 0. And then add back in 2. So I think we take that shot instead and then just say sayonara, whether we hit him or not. So what did I say it was? 2, 5 minus 1, minus 3, minus another 1, plus 2. Yep. 2 or less. Huh. Got it, but no effect. Excuse me. Counterattack is 3. No red boxes, fortunately. So 3 plus 3 is 6. Minus 2 defense. 3 to 4 row. And we were cautious, but we're spotted. So those cancel each other out. So 3 to 4 row. Straight away. 2 is nothing. And we will withdraw. B rating. Need a 5 or less to stay. Got it. All right. Then we'll send the pickerel. Yep. Pickerel up there. No transit event check needed. So search and contact. 8-2, nice. That's going to be a low density small convoy as well. 221. All right, hopefully this convoy has fewer destroyers in it. The Pickerel does have radar, tactical rating of 3. So I think we do the same thing. Set up here, go cautious. All right, nice. Got the Kunikawa Maru. And the Katsuragi Maru. That one. All right, looks like the Kunikawa Maru it is. We're at 4, he's at 2, so we need a 2 or less. Nope. No counterattack. We stay in column A. We stay cautious. Flip these two. Oh. Speak of the devil. There's the IRO. It's been sunk. So we need to put that out. And I don't know if we're supposed to, since that's just like one of the generic over 6,000 ton or more merchant / naval auxiliaries, of which there are only 2 in that cup. I wonder if we're supposed to replace that with another one once it gets sunk. I don't think the rules say so. They just say that if a named ship is sunk, that you remove it from the war mix. Let's see if I can find that here. Yeah, all it's excuse me, all it says is some specific named Japanese ships are provided. These are the carriers Kaga, Shokaku, Shinano, etc., etc., etc. Some of them got left out. I added them in there. If sunk, these ships are permanently removed from play. But it doesn't say that you should replace them. I mean, I know like the carriers and the battleships and stuff, those have specific entries on the war mix, so they wouldn't get replaced. But these ones that are just named auxiliaries, I wonder if you're supposed to replace them with an appropriate counterpart when they get removed. I'll have to ask. Post a question about that on Board Game Geek, see if we can get an answer. For now, I'll assume that we don't, but we do need to get a different counter for there. So it's actually a destroyer, yay. And another destroyer, yay. Can't unflip them because there's nothing to flip in their place. the Suzukaze. And the Hatsushimo. Nice. See if we can get a shot here. He's a 0. The -3 can't go any lower from reattack round. And we've got 4 ASW. So yeah, looks like we can hit it on a 0. Because that 4 ASW takes out our 4 attack. Nothing else from the ship defense or TDC. So we need a 0 to hit. Nope. Counterattack this time will be 4, no red boxes. 3 for the war period makes 7. -2 defense is going to be the 5 to 6 row. And we are reattack round gives them a +1, but we are cautious, so -1. So straight roll on the 5 to 6. A 0 is nothing. For our endurance check, C rating, 4 or less. No. All right, S46 moves in. No transit event check needed. Search and contact. 7-1. It's going to be a low density small convoy. So another 221. S46 also has radar. Tactical rating of 2. We'll set up in column A and go standard. Unflip that. All right, good deal. Light cruiser. Abu Kuma. Two TDCs. Great. Not so great. I think we just go after this one. He's a net -1, so he's going to actually add 1 to our attack. So we need a 4 or less to hit. Hit, but no damage. No counterattack. For the reattack, let's slide over and go cautious. So we're just flipping this one. Oh! All right, but we are cautious. So there's a chance he becomes a regular escort, not a diligent escort. He's got a 4 ASW, so we've got to roll higher than that. If we roll a 0, he gets a +1 to his, just need to roll 1 die. Oh, we got a 0 again. So +1 to the diligent escort attack. And this is a re-attack round, so he gets a +1 for that as well. So +2. Okay, 3 is going to be nothing. But he is a 4 ASW beast, which is going to make it probably almost impossible to get a shot here. Let's see. Okay, maybe not. This is a -3 because we're in the re-attack round. So we're at 3, -1 for the ship defense, -1 for going over a column, -4 for the ASW puts us at -3, but then that's a -3 TDC, so we get to add 3 back. We can hit it on a 0. Nope. And then the counter attack is going to be 4. No red boxes, but 3 for the war period. So 7 -2 defense is going to be the 5 to 6 row. +1 for re-attack, but -1 because we are cautious. 7's going to be bad though. Damaged. For endurance check, they're damaged and a D rating, so they're going to need a 2 or less. Didn't get it. All right, then we send the S-47 up there. No transit event check needed. Search and contact, 9-6. Moderate density, large convoy. 2311. All right, S-47 also has radar and a tactical rating of 2. Yeah, I think we just go column A here. Standard attack posture. Auxiliary. Yasukuni Maru. Two TDCs. Nice. Okay, so that makes him a 0. We're a 3. I need a 3 or less. Nope. Backwards again. All right, for the re-attack, I think we stay here. We switch to cautious, so we only have to flip this one. Ooh, it's an aircraft. Can't unflip that. So this is a 0 again because it's a -2 now. Now we've got the 2 ASW, so 3 minus 2 is 1. Now we need a 1 or less. Huh. And again, backwards. Counterattack 2 plus 3 for the war period is 5 minus our 2 defense. This is a 3 to 4 row, plus 1 for reattack, minus 1 for cautious. Ooh, 9. What did I say it was on? 5 minus 2, 3 to 4 row, 9 is damaged. D rating, damaged. We need a 2 or less. Nope. All right. Just work our way north here, I guess. I think we're just going to have the S42 stay where they are. Search and contact. 9-9. That's going to be a high density task force. Which is 1224. Okay, this one zigged away. S42 does have radar. Excuse me. Yep. And as tempting as this might be over here, with his 3 attack rating, I think I'm just going to stick down here in the kiddie pool. And we will go standard attack posture. Excellent. Just the kind of targets the S42 was looking for. Nice low defense. No ASW. See if we can get both of these. Oh, I don't like that. All right, so 3 against 2. Need a 1 or less. Nope. Quite the opposite. We stay here, we switch to aggressive. And hope for some better targeting. Not much. Not at all. Well, this becomes a -1, so he's a 0. So we need a 3 or less. But with the DRM, a 4 or less. There we go. And 4 is enough to sink it. So the S42 comes through. 1,000-ton merchant. One more ship, 1 more 1,000 tons. We'll rattle off the totals the next time we get one. All right, for our endurance check, D rating, went aggressive. We need a 2 or less. No. about these ships in the Marshall Islands? We're going to want these to go. How did they end up? Oh yeah, I guess they came out of here and then went patrol side. Never mind. I think we want them to go into the Bonans. So we should probably send these 3 into the Marianas. So we'll send the Seawolf over. Transit event only on a 9. Search and contact 7-6. It's going to be low density. 6 is a large convoy. 2211. Okay, Seawolf does have radar for tactical rating. I think we go here. And we go cautious. Let's see what's over here. Okay. That's 1. Flip over 2 more. I want to see these. Okay, destroyer, unflip. Destroyer, can't unflip. And this one. All right, so our destroyer is the Tanakaze. Ooh, 3. I don't like that. Auxiliary. Is the Leon Maru. All right. Really hoping that'd be a -3 and we could take him out. All right, we have some options, I think. This looks like the best. 6 minus 1 is 5. Minus 3 is 2. Minus 1 for going over a column is 1. Add back in 3. Hits on a 4. This one would be 6 minus 3 is 3. Minus another 3 is 0. Minus 1 for going over a column. Plus 2 is a 1. So yeah, we'll try the gunboat over here. 4 or less. Nope. For counterattack, we got 3 plus 1 red box is 4, plus 3 more from the war period is 7, minus our 3 defense puts them on the 3 to 4 row. We are cautious, so we get to -1. Ooh, 6. 3 to 4 row spotted. Yeah, we definitely need to withdraw here, I think. we know that's a destroyer, and that very well could be too. And we're already spotted. I'm going to go with my gut this time. B rating, 5 or less to stay. Nope. All right, then we'll bring over the snapper. And my battery's about to die, so I think we'll roll him up and then finish it up tomorrow. So 9 only for the transit event. Search and contact. 2-1 is going to be nothing. So his endurance check, B rating, didn't find anything, 6 or less. Got it. All right, so we'll wrap it there for this evening. Pick it up tomorrow. Well, I got an answer back on how we're supposed to handle these named auxiliaries and the 2 hospital ships if they get sunk. So you've got I think it's the Akashi, the Aramo, and the Iro are the 3 named auxiliary ships in the base set, and then you got the 2 hospital ships here as well. If any of those get sunk, then you should immediately replace them in the whatever cup they came from with an appropriate sized either merchant or auxiliary based on their tonnage. So you know how, like for War Period 3, so this one, the Iro came from Cup B, so we're supposed to have 2 6,000 ton or more auxiliaries or merchant ships in the mix there for that cup. And since this one's now been removed, we need to replace that with another of the 6,000 ton or more that aren't currently being used. I'm just going to mix all these up and draw one at random and throw it in Cup B to take the Iro's place. We won't look at what it is. All right, so in case you were wondering, like I was, how to handle that, that's the answer. All right, so now we can continue with our patrols. I think we were working around up here. We just finished up in the Marianas, I think. We've got we've only got 3 in there now, don't we? I think we were still going to send the Porpoise over there as well, so let's go ahead and do that. So they will have a possible transit event on A9. No. Search and contact. 6 and 2. So for 6 and 2, I'm looking at a sparse small convoy. So that's going to be 2 and 1. Get that set up over here. Okay, the Porpoise does have radar. So I think we'll set up here in column A and go standard so we can take advantage of the radar if we need to. We'll just flip over these 2 up. Yep, unflip. So we got that, and we've got, good. And I did ask about this particular ship as well. I commented before how I thought it was strange that there was an oiler in the base game that had 1/2 ASW, but there weren't any IJN oilers, or any auxiliary for that matter, that had an ASW rating. And apparently this is supposed to represent, there were some armed oilers that were part of this one fleet for the Japanese, and they are represented in the IJN mix. There's 10 of them, I think. But they decided to leave off the ASW because the IJN was kind of slanted toward higher average ASW values than the base set anyway. So that's the reasoning for that not existing in the IJN mix. But anyway, let's get those replaced. All right, come on, focus. Kaio Maru for the first one. And Katsuragi Maru. TDC markers for both of them. Not great, but let's see if we can make it work. It's going to be a 2 for this one if we target him. We're a 4, so we can hit on a 2 or less. It would be a 1 or less if we went over there, since it's the same situation, just over a column. So we'll go after the Kaio Maru. We need a 2 or less. Nope. Flipped again. All right, there's no counterattack. I think we'll stay in this column, and we will go, let's switch to aggressive for the reattack. You know what's coming. It's the Mikasuki. All right, so should be in pretty good shape because we're gonna get, -2, only +1 from his ASW, and -2 on each of the TDCs. Unless it's a -3 TDC, then we'll only get a -1, but it's still gonna cancel out the ASW being contributed. Plus we get an helpful die roll modifier this time. So, well, looks like we're going after the Kaio Maru again. So this is now a -3, which makes him 0. And then the ASW is going to contribute 1. We're at R4. So the 2 hit number is going to be a 3. With our DRM, we'll hit on a 4 or less. Nope, another 9. All right, counterattack. 1 for the ASW, no 1 red box, so that's 2. 3 more for the war period makes 5. Subtract our 2 defense, puts them on the 3 to 4 row, with a +1 for reattack round and +1 for us being aggressive. Total of +2, that'll be a 4. I think we're safe there. Yep. And our endurance check is going to be C rating, but we went aggressive, so we need a 3 or less. Just missed it. All right, so that puts 4 subs in that area. So let's go ahead and move on to the Bonins. And we're going to bring these 3 down from the North Pacific. So the Kingfish will be first up. Transit event, check only on a 9. Search and contact, 2-8. Didn't find anything. Knocking over a sub here. So his endurance check with A rating, didn't find anything. 7 or less. Got it. Next we'll bring down the Greenling. Again, transit event check only on a 9. And search and contact. Wow, another nothing. So again, 7 or less for endurance check. Getting all these low rolls now. We need to save them for the more attacking. And then the Pogie. Transit event check only on a 9. And search and contact. Wow. All 3 of them struck out. So 7 or less for his endurance check. Made it. Okay. Let's go ahead and take care of our 1 sub on out for the Aleutians campaign there, the S-33. We're going to do a search and contact roll there in the Coral Islands. 9 and 2, they found something. It'll be a high density small convoy. 322. Okay, no radar for the S-33. They've got a 2 tactical rating. I think we're going to set up here in column B. Let's go standard attack posture, I guess. Let's flip these 2. Right. Merchant and a destroyer. It's the Ushio. I think we'll target the merchant in our column, obviously. And then I'm thinking one of those red balls in column A. Okay. I think this will work. We're at 3, -2 for his defense is 1, -2 for the ASW is -1. Add 2 back in, gives us a 1 for our 2-hit roll. Nope. For counterattack, they've got 2 plus 1 red box makes 3. Another 3 for the war period makes 6, minus our 2 defense. Leaves us at 4, so they'll be on the 3 to 4 row with no modifier. 2 is not going to be anything. We'll slide over to column C. and stay standard. No, let's go aggressive. Light cruiser and a merchant. Light cruiser is the Nagara. I think we just go after the two merchants here. Only having a 3 attack rating. There we go. That'll be a -4 because we're aggressive and it's a re-attack round. So we've got 3, -2 for the defense, -2 for the ASW, puts us at -1. Then we add 4 back in, so we can hit on a 3 or less. Well, 4 or less with the die roll modifier. Man, get these decent to hit numbers and just keep rolling 9s. All right, I think the counterattack's going to be the same, 3 to 4 row, except now they get +2 because of re-attack round and us being aggressive. So 5 + 2 is 7, and we are spotted. For endurance, we're D rating, but we want aggressive, so we need a 2 or less. Didn't make it. All right, let's go down here to Empire Pacific. I think we've got 3 in the East China Sea. 3 here. I think that's fine. We'll just leave them where they are. We've got these 2 that got to come. Oh, that's right. We want to get, actually, we want to send these guys all up into the Yellow Sea, I think. And then probably send the, I don't know, we necessarily need to send the ones in the Empire Pacific down to the East China Sea though, because the ones coming out of the Marshall Islands and the Fulton can reach there. So yeah, I think what we'll do is we need to bring somebody back from here to make a little bit of room. So let's pull the, actually they're in the dun. What am I thinking about? They can't move this turn. They already patrolled up there, I think. So actually what we're gonna do is send in, we can get 2 more in there. So let's send the albacore up to the Yellow Sea. Albacore does not have radar, so we've got the +1 for shallow waters and +1 for entering the Yellow Sea. So 7, 8, or 9 is what we want to avoid. And search and contact. 8, 8. Be moderate density task force. 2, 2, 3, and 4. All right, like I said, no radar for the albacore. We've got this one that is too far. think we want to go after some big game here in column D. We're going to go standard attack posture. Let's just flip all 4 of these. Oh, combat event. 0. I believe that's target lumbers into way. Yes, it is. So once we finish flipping, we'll be able to flip a red ball that's either in our column or an adjacent column and get an automatic hit against it and roll on the attack results table to see if we manage to damage or sink it. So we'll probably choose one of these 2 over here for that. Okay, we got a carrier. Oh no, diligent escort. I was afraid of that. We're standard attack posture, so we don't get to see if he's reverted to a normal one. So they'll get to roll immediately on the diligent escorts row of the counterattack table. No modifiers. 3 is going to be nothing. And then our last flip is a little baby merchant. What are you doing over there in column D? All right. So before we do our, let's get our carrier replaced first of all. But before we do our regular attack, we'll resolve the event. Our carrier is the Junio, 26,000 tons. All right, so we flip it over and then just roll to see if we damage or sink it. So let's go for this middle one. Oh, it's a little gunboat. All right, so we just need to roll 1 die. That's definitely going to sink it. Too bad it wasn't something a lot bigger. All right, so the albacore has sunk a gunboat 1,000 tons. So that'll go back into cup C. And we get 1 more ship, another 1,000 tons for, what are we at, 308 ships and 1,313,000 tons. All right, now for our actual attack. Remember that escort has a 3.5 ASW because they're diligent. I think we'll target that one, and this one for sure. And then question is, do we target the diligent escort and hope we can get a, we can't use the special rule against them where we can ignore their ASW. So he's going to be 6 plus 3.5. He's going to be at 10. So The only possible way would be if we got a -3, then we could hit him on a 0. I don't think it's worth trying that. You know what? Why not? We don't know what that is either, so. -1 there. Really needed a good one on that carrier. -2. We're not going to be able to do that one. We should have a shot on this merchant, though. All right. Yeah, the carrier is going to be then a 6 plus the 3.5 rounded up to 4 from the diligent escort makes them a 10. So no way on that. So here we're looking at 7 minus 2 is 5, minus 3.5 rounded up is 4. So it's going to take us down to 1. Then we get to add 2 back in for the TDC. So we can hit this on a 3 or less. Nope. So our counterattack is going to be 3.5 plus a half from the carrier makes 4. There's only one red box here. So that's 5. 3 for the war period makes 8. We are in shallow waters, so we only get to subtract 3 for our defense. So they're going to be on the 5 to 6 row with no modifiers. 2 is nothing. But I think with that diligent escort around and having to flip both of these over, who knows what's under there. I think we best say sayonara and withdraw. So A rating, we're looking at needing a 6 or less. Got it. You can try again next turn. You got 1 at least. All right, then I think we send in the Gernard, who does have radar, so he can ignore the shallow bit. So just going to be the +1 for entering the LOC. So 8 or 9 is what we don't want. And search and contact. 7 and 5. 7 is going to be moderate density. 5 is a large convoy. So 2, 3, 1, 1. Okay, here we've got one that zigged away. We're going to have the Gernard set up in column B. Like I said, we do have radar. So I think we'll go standard attack posture. And I'm going to see what's over here. Oh, of course. At least we'll be able to get away from it in the re-attack round, assuming we get that far. It is the Ikazuchi Diligent. So he's got 5 ASW. Gets an immediate roll on the Diligent Escort row of the counterattack table with no modifiers. Ooh, 7. Don't like that. Damaged us. Well, I don't think we will be sticking around for a re-attack. All right, we got 3 more to flip, so here we go. I'm okay with that. Definitely okay with that. Not okay with that. Let's unflip it. And let's try this one. Good. All right, so as long as we can get through that 5 ASW. Make a quick shot here and then get out of Dodge. So we need a carrier. We got the Unyo this time. Column B. And then we need 2 auxiliaries. Got the Nippon Maru. I don't think we've seen that one yet. Column A. And the Goyo Maru. Definitely seen that one several times. Column B. At least we got some low defense ones. Hopefully we can make something happen here. Won't bother targeting that other one in column B because we know it's a destroyer. Oh, nice. All right, we should have a shot here. So that's going to be 0. But then they've got their 5 ASW plus 1 for going over a column makes it 6. We're at 7. So we need a 1 or less to hit. Again, backwards. All right, for the counterattack, we've got 5 from this one, and the carrier is contributing a half, so that's going to be 6. There's 1 red box, makes 7. 3 for the war period makes 10. We can only subtract 3 for our defense because we're in shallow water, so they're going to be on the 7 row with no modifiers. Sorry. Plus 1 for each damage marker. So yeah, they're going to get a plus 1. Oh, that's going to be bad. 9 is sunk unless the other one is a 1 or a 0 to 3. What did we get? 6. Yep, so we're sunk. So the Gernard has been sunk. Almost got away with 2 turns in a row there without losing a sub. All right, so then we go on. Oh, we got to move up our subs lost marker up to 26. And I think now we have the Sunfish Patrol here in the East China Sea. Zero, zero. Sub versus sub. All right. Let's see what we encounter. Clean these up. B, C. All right, so let me get that. Actually, I think is it on one of these player aid cards? Yes, it is. Here's the enemy submarine table. Then we have to also remember that some of them Even though the table says they're available, they actually aren't. Certain ones aren't available yet. So let's see. We got the, let me find all these. The L4, which is the RO63, is a possibility. The C1 class is a possibility. Or sorry, the RO63 has been withdrawn. So they are not a possibility. But the I-16 is. The RO41 is a K6 class, so they're available. Class is available in March of 43, this particular sub in April of 43. The KD4 class, which is the I-64, is available. Got an I-400, but that's not even on the table, so I'm assuming he's not available. Still need to ask about what that one's for. The I-365, which is a D1 class, the class is available this month, or since actually from a year ago, July of 42. But this particular one isn't available until October of 44. So that's a no. We've got the I-361, which is a D1 class. Again, another D1 that's, some are available, but the two that were included in this game are not. And then the I-183, which is a KD7, is available. We've also got the German submarine class. What was that? Find it now. I had to pack the game away last week because we were playing another game on this table. And I haven't unbagged everything yet. All right, here's a German one. Here they are. So we got the U-862, which is an IXD2 class. They're not available yet until August. And actually this one's not available until October of 44. And likewise the U-168, which their class is available now, but this particular one is not available until February of 44. And then the Italian sub Calvi class, the Tozzoli, is available this month. But then I think there's some restrictions on where, German and Italian subs are only available in the Java Sea, South China Sea 2, Bay of Bengal, or the Andaman Sea. So won't be able to encounter the Italian sub here. So it's going to be these four. Let me get my D4 back out. And we'll just go top to bottom there. 1 through 4. See who it is that we encountered. So 3, so it's going to be the I-64. There's our matchup. And we need to see who who saw who first? Let me double check the rules there because I don't remember exactly how that works. I think we're rolling against our tactical rating. Let's make sure. Sub versus sub. Here we go. Oh, had the right page. Turned it. There it is. All right. So we do a die roll. -1 if we're spotted. -1 if we're damaged. +1 if we have radar. Which the sailfish does have radar. So we get a +1 DRM. All right, it's just 0 to 2 is what we're hoping to avoid. So since we have a +1, it'll only be on a 0 or 1 that they spot us first. All right, so we see them first. So we already did this bit, found one that, so the detected submarine goes into the target box, our submarine goes into the submarine box. Just put him right there, put us there. We draw and reveal a TDC marker for the target submarine. Ooh, it's a +3. That's going to make it tough. So we get to total up our attack rating, which is 6, no super skipper. Subtract 1 if in shallow waters, which we are. So we're down to 5. Subtract 1 if in a tropical storm, and then the current torpedo value, which is 0. So we're at 5. The target submarine gets its defense rating, which is 2. TDC marker, which brings it up to 5. And that's it. So we need a 0 to hit him. And we don't need to roll. Yeah, we do roll on the attack results table as well. So we need a 0. Hey, we got it. And then the 9. So we roll on the attack results table. -1 DRM if the attacking submarine is US or British, which it is. Yeah, adding the torpedo value, which our torpedo value is now 0, but we do get a -1 because apparently the Mark 14 torpedoes aren't that good against enemy subs. But we got a 9, and he is a, I think it just says to use the 1 to 4 row. Yep. So even knocked down to an 8, we definitely sunk it. So we get to add Naxos submarine is sunk, advance the ship sunk marker by 1 and the tonnage sunk marker by the appropriate amount. So what is the appropriate amount? I don't see a tonnage value listed here. Let's see if I can find anything about that. Found it. Tonnage is listed on the enemy submarine table. So that was the I-64, which is a KD-4 class sub, 2,000 tons. Just make a note of that for my spreadsheet. And Get to count that as a ship sunk, and 2,000 tons. Very good. And that one is now no longer available. So we'll just go ahead and add it over here to the pile of shame. We'll start a sub column or a sub stack for whatever subs we sink. All right, well, that was fun. Endurance check. I don't think there was any modifiers for that for a sub versus sub, so our B rating going to need a 5 or less. Didn't make it. They will have some stories to tell when they get back to base. All right, I think that just leaves Empire Pacific and Sea of Japan. So let's do Empire Pacific next. The drum is going to do a search and contact roll. Two and three, just barely made it in there. Sparse, small convoy, so 2 and 1. All right, drum does not have radar, but I don't think it would have mattered in this instance since there's only 3 potential contacts. We'll set up here in column A. We're going to go aggressive. Flip over everything. Nice. We could get all 3 of these. Unfortunately, I don't think it would be enough for a super. Well, it depends on, I guess, what auxiliary we end up pulling. The big fat one we might. Oh, it's the Nagitsu Maru, one of those army ships. Let's just confirm. I'm pretty sure Empire Pacific was a place that they could be. Noticing getting a lot of wear already on these counters, especially the ones in A. That's only not quite 4 months in. Plus we did do the other short campaign before this one. All right, let's enough talk of that. Let's confirm we're allowed to find this one here. Yes, Empire Pacific is one of the locations that they can be found. But yeah, we might have enough for a super skipper here if we get all 3 of these. See what we get. All right, I like that. I like that. Don't like that. All right, so let's calculate these individually, but I think we're probably going to try a split shot here. So 7 minus 3. Let's just do it this way. There's no ASW or column shifts to worry about, so he's a 1, we're a 7, so that's a 2 hit of 6, which means we hit on a 7 or less. He's a 0, we're a 7, so that's a 2 hit or a 7, 2 hit number, and then we'd actually hit on an 8. So if we split this up, we want to put, because we have an odd number, we want to put more against this one, because that'll bring them down to equal. So if we send 4 here, 4 minus 1 is a 3 to hit, so we'd hit on a 4 less. And then we send 3 here, And did I do that right? He's actually he's not a 0, he's a -1. So this one actually hits on 8 or less. Which means if we only send 3, he'll hit on a 4 or less. So the 2 hit will be a 4. We would hit on a 9. We'd hit on a 5 or less against that one. So yeah, we're going to do that split shot. So 4 or less against the auxiliary. 4 is 4 enough to sink it though. 12,000 tons. 4 only damages it. Okay, so we've damaged that one. Now we need to sink this one. We need a 5 or less. Got it. 4 is enough to sink that one. All right, so the drum gets a 3,000 ton merchant. So another ship puts us, at 310. And then, how much was it? 3,000 tons. All right. There is no counterattack. We will stay where we are. Let's see if we can get both of these down. We are still aggressive, obviously. Excellent. Which I forgot. I remembered the +1 or the -1 DRM, but I forgot those TDCs were also -1. So those 2 hit numbers were actually better than what they were. But that's fine. We'd hit on both, so it's just we didn't get a high enough attack results on the first one. All right, well, this is going to be maybe slightly difficult here. So this is a -4. So let's, again, figure them individually, and then we'll see how we want to split it up. So he's a 3, but then -4 and -1 because he's damaged. So 3 minus 5 is going to be a -2. So that's actually a 9. 9 for the 2 hit value, which means we'd hit on a 10 or less, which we can't even roll a 10. The other one would be, he's a 1 plus, that becomes a 1, so 2, and then +1 because we're over a column, so he's a 3. So this is a 2 hit number of 4. So I think we can send a lot more this way, obviously. That's a difference of 5. So we could actually do like 6 here, 1 here, I think. So if we send 6 over here, that only knocks this down by 1. So that'd be a 3 for the 2 hit number. And then this one, we're only sending 1 instead of 7, so that gets reduced by 6. So that's going to be a 3 for the 2-hit number as well. So we're sending 1 here, 6 here, which means they both have a 2-hit number of 3, which means we'll hit on a 4 or less. So we'll do the damaged auxiliary first, looking for a 4 or less. Didn't get it. And the merchant 4 or less. Didn't get it. Guess we should have just gone after the auxiliary. Oh well. Got greedy. All right. So he is damaged though, so we need to roll to see when they will return. So let me find that chart again. The optional damage table. They are 12,000 tons, so we're going to be on the second row. 7 means they will be in repair for 6 months. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 means they will return in February of next year. All right, and then our endurance check. 8 is not going to cut it. We needed a 7, I think. Yep. So we will have to RTB. Next up, we have the Tunny. Search and contact. 5 and 3. It's going to be a low density, small convoy. 2, 2, and 1. No solution here on that one. Evading. The Tunny, excuse me, does have radar. But I think we are going to set up in column B and go aggressive. So our radar will not be a factor. We're flipping them all. Oh, that was not what I was hoping for. This could hurt. You got the Isokazi over here. The Yuzuki in the middle. And the Isonami to our right. You could get down the Isokazi, it wouldn't be that bad. Just double check something on that. There it is. nothing preventing us from doing that. So we can target one of those escorts and ignore their ASW if we have that opportunity. Looks like we might. So let's see. We're aggressive, so those are all -1s. So 7 minus 7 is 0. We ignore his ASW, but we still got 1.5, well, 2 actually from everybody else. So that would put us at -2, but then we add back in 3, but we lose 1 for going over a column. So we only add back in 2. So it'd be a 2 to hit, 3 or less to roll to hit that one. If we go after the gunboats, that's our only other possibility. We're looking at 7 minus 1 is 6, minus 1, 2, 3, 4 for the ASW. So, right, 6, that'd be, bring it down to 2. We lose 2 for the TDC. So we can only hit that on a 0. Yeah, I say we go after that destroyer. Let me just recalculate that again real quick. 7 minus 7 is 0. The ASW is 2, not counting his. So that'd be -2. -1 for going over a column. Where did I get a 2? That's not going to be a 2. And then we add back in 3. So that would also be a 0. So either one's going to be a 0 to hit. So I say we go after the destroyer. Nope. Counterattack is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus 1 red box is 5, plus 3 is 8, minus our 4 defense. Puts them on the 3 to 4 row. We are aggressive, so they get a +1. 5 on the 3 to 4 row is just missed us. And with that, we will withdraw. A rating, went aggressive, 5 or less. Got it. And then the Tullaby search and contact. 7-0. It's going to be a moderate density small convoy. Just getting all the different sizes here of small convoys. 3, 2, and 1. All right, this doesn't look very friendly. The Tullaby does have radar, I believe. Yes. Let's start in B. Let's go cautious. We're only flipping over 3. Okay, we got a cruiser over there. Oh, diligent escort. Let's see if we can make him lose his diligent status. Oops. Which I wonder if you go cautious and you draw a diligent escort, but then they lose their diligent status. Does that mean you could unflip them? I wonder. Okay, good. It's a small one, the Hakaze. So 3.5 for their ASW rating, so we want a 4 or greater. Nice. They are not diligent. That was 2, so we got to flip one more. We still have our unflip. Huh. Okay, well, we got a second diligent escort in the same column, which means a second diligent escort is revealed in the same column and the deadly division event has occurred. It has not. And you do your normal stuff. If it's not active, the second diligent escort is ignored. Remove, do not replace. So he just goes away. We're just left with a normal destroyer and a cruiser that we'll draw for this one. The Suzuya. All right, we still get 4 TDC markers though, so let's see what we want to put them on. Certainly the 2 that are showing. And then this one. And then eeny, meeny, miny, mo. We'll go for the top one. Bunch of zeros and a +2. That's not good. Well, I think we'll target this one. So we assume he has a defensive 1. So 7 minus 1 is 6. Minus 1 for the ASW makes 5. Minus 1 for going over a column makes 4. Nothing from the TDC. So we do have a valid solution, assuming a defensive 1. Let's see what it actually is. Oh, we don't know yet. It is the Taigei. 4 defense, so that's going to be 3 less, or 3 more defense than we thought it was, so 3 less for our 2 hit number. Let's recalculate. 7 minus 4 is 3, minus 1. ASW, minus 1 for going over a column, nothing from the TDC, so we need a 1 or less. Nope. Counterattack will be 1 plus 1 red box makes 2, plus 3 makes 5. We have 4 defense, so they'll be on the 1 to 2 row. We are cautious, so minus 1. 2 on the 1 to 2 row is going to be nothing. All right, so I think we don't want to flip these over, so we're going to slide over here and stay cautious and just see if we can get a shot on that cruiser. Or the destroyer, either one. Well, Looks like maybe the destroyer. So if we go after this one, we're going to need a 0 because he's got 5 + 1 + 1 for the ASW. If we go after the destroyer, much as I'd hate to get one of the small ones out of the mix, I think it's going to be an easier shot. We don't get to use the special targeting rule because this is a re-attack round, so his ASW will still contribute. So 6, 7, 8 because we went over a column, and then -2 makes 6. So we hit him on a 1 or less. I don't know. I think I'd just rather try to get that cruiser instead, needing a 0. We'll do that. Nope. And then the counterattack will be the same. 1 + 1 + 3 makes 5. -4 is 1. We were still cautious, but then re-attack round, so no modifier this time. 8 on the 1 to 2 row. He might have spotted us. He did. And then A rating needs a 6 or less to stay. Got it. And that's just going to leave the Sea of Japan. So starting with the sunfish. 0-0, another sub versus sub. Look at that. 2 in 1 turn. Clean this up. We've just got the 3 to choose from this time. So we'll just roll a D4, and if it's a 4, I'll just re-roll it. Three. We got the I-16 this time. Roll. The sunfish does have radar, I believe. Yes. So a 0 to 1. They spot us first. Anything else, we spot them first. They spot us first. So we get a TDC marker. Uh-oh. So they are at 5. I don't think anything else would apply to them. Super skipper, we're not in shallow waters, no tropical storm. Oh, Japanese torpedoes have a -2 torpedo value though. So he's a 5, -2 makes him a 3. We get our defense rating, which is 4, -1 for the TDC marker, so 3. So they're going to need a 0 to hit us. They do not get it. So we get away from them. And our endurance check. For A rating, we need a 6 or less. Got it. And then the Lapon. 9-9. It's going to be a high density task force. 1224. The LaPon does have radar for tactical rating. We're going to set up over here in column D. Put this one back, evading. We're not getting over there anyway. We'll just go standard posture for starters here. We'll flip the 4 in our row. We'll unflip that one. And we will flip this one instead. No. You have chosen poorly. Suzukaze, he's a 5. Gets to immediately roll on the special diligent escort roll row, but a 2 is nothing. All right, looks like we're just going to get one shot at this. Oh, we need to replace our cruiser as well, and our auxiliary. Cruiser is going to be aircraft capable Mogami. Our auxiliary is the Kunakawa Maru. All right, now we can do our TDC markers. I think we'll go after this one, and then the 3 revealed in our column. Zero. -1, +1, -2. Okay. Let's see what we can do with this. If we went for the top merchant, we're at 7, -2 is 5, -5 for the ASW, and then add back in 1. So we could hit that on a 1 or less. Which means I don't think we have a shot here. 7 -5 is 2. -5 makes it -3, and we only get to add 2 back. So we don't have a shot on the cruiser. Certainly not on the auxiliary. This one, the big unknown, would be 7 -1 for the defense is 6, -5, -1 for going over a column. So he'd be a 0. And that's only if their defense is 1. So looks like the only viable shot we have is the merchant. We need a 1 or less. Nope. Counterattack, we've got 5.5, so that rounds up to 6. 2 red boxes in the area makes 8, plus 3 is 11, minus our 4 defense, puts them on the 7 row with no modifier. An 8, it's going to be really bad. That is sunk unless we rolled a 0 to 3 on the other die, which thankfully we did. So it's only, quote unquote, damaged RTB. All right. Yeah, we should have picked this one, I think. Yep. Oh well. We'll clean that up in a minute. I think that's all of our subs that are out. So I'll pause it here and we'll finish moving the rest of the subs out from port. We don't have too many, just a couple up there in Dutch Harbor, and then a few over here in the submarine tenders. So we'll get to that in a little bit here. All right, before we finish out the turn here, we're going to go back in time a little bit to when the Tullabee was conducting their attack, because I realized I did something wrong here and wanted to show you the correct way this should have gone down, and also something clarification that I received on what you can do with these diligent escorts when you're in cautious attack posture. So if you recall, we had the Tullabee had gone cautious. We started flipping ships. We revealed the cruiser over here, which ended up getting replaced with the Suzuya. And we revealed a diligent escort here, which ended up being the Hikaze. So with their boosted ASW, they were 3.5. So because we were cautious, we got to roll to see if we could reduce them to a normal DD, basically. And we did. We rolled an 8. But then what I did, which was wrong, was I said, well, he just reverts back to this, 6.5 ship. But in actuality, he still gets the 3 ASW boost from the fact that, originally he was a diligent escort. It's just that they don't get to roll on the diligent escort counterattack. And more importantly, in this situation, because we're cautious, or because we have radar, and they're now treated as if they're just a regular DD, we can unflip them. So what I would have done in this situation is actually unflip them, and they keep their IJN counter with them. So if they did get flipped again in a reattack round, it would still be this ship, but then they would still be treated as just a regular diligent escort. You wouldn't have to roll again to see if they lose their diligent escort capabilities. Oh, and the other thing is too, is they do get, when you make that roll that's higher than their ASW value for being cautious, in addition to not being a diligent escort anymore, they also get -1 to their ASW value. Yep. Treated as a normal DD with, it should be 1 subtracted from its ASW value. So they're basically a 2.5 DD now, but we would have unflipped them. And then at that point, we would have flipped this one, which was this AP counter, which we ended up later, because we targeted it, drawing for and replaced it with the Taige. So this is where we should have been after no, because then we actually ended up flipping this one as well. And then it was a diligent escort, which at the time, because this diligent escort was up, this was the second one revealed, so it got discarded. Well, now it's the only one revealed in this column. So in this case, I think he would still be treated as a diligent escort. So we would need to draw a ship for that. The Machicio. And then we would roll. So he's got a 4 ASW or 5 ASW with his +3. So we would then roll, excuse me, to see if that one becomes a normal diligent escort with -1 ASW, and it does. So again, it doesn't get to attack immediately on the counterattack table, and its ASW is now reduced to 4, and it's just a regular destroyer with 4 ASW. We'll keep this here just as a reminder. In fact, what I'll do is I'll flip it upside down to show that it has its ASW increased, but it's not actually a diligent escort. So he's a 4 now, ASW. And then this would have been our, since we unflipped. So this was where we were originally. We had flipped that one and discarded it because we thought this one was still there, and we hadn't flipped this yet. And so we started targeting things, and then we ended up taking a shot at this one because erroneously I thought the destroyer only had a 1/2 ASW. So instead of that, what would have happened is I would have then revealed this as my 3rd. We would have drawn the replacement for it, which was the Taigei. And now we would have gotten our TDC markers. And the TDC markers that we drew were, this was a 0, this was a 0. I think we had targeted this one, but in this case now we would target this one instead. And then this one was a +2. So at this point, I'm not sure we even have a shot at anything. Let's see, we may have a shot at this one. So 7 minus his assumed defense of 1 makes 6. We've got 4 ASW showing, so that takes us down to 2. And we reduce by 1 for going over a column, and then no help from the TDC. So we would have targeted this one, needing a 1 or less. Then when we flip it, we see it's actually another destroyer. So we replace it with the Kamikaze. And so, in fact, we don't have a shot, but we thought we did, and we took the shot, so it counts as an automatic miss, and we do still get a counterattack. So originally, their counterattack did nothing against us. I'm trying to remember, I didn't check to see what was rolled for that. We'll just roll it again. So this time they would have actually had a counterattack of 4 plus 1 is 5 plus, where were we at? We were in the Empire Pacific, I believe. So 1 red box. So that makes 6. 3 more for the war period makes 9. Minus our 4 defense puts them on the 5 to 6 row. Yep. And so a 7, but a -1 DRM because we were cautious. So a 6 on the 5 to 6 row would have actually damaged us. And then at that point, I think we would have said, forget it, we're out of here. Because what we actually did when we didn't get damaged in the first attack round was we slid over here because we weren't going to have to reveal anything else. But now in this case, we would actually have to reveal this one too. Which I think because he's not considered a diligent escort anymore, wouldn't get, and this one's not considered a diligent escort, so he would be able to stay out there, and it would just be untenable at that point, I think. So we're going to go with that as what actually happened on the Tullaby's turn. And for we'll just redo their endurance check as well, because now they're damaged. So A rating damaged, they're going to need a 5 or less, and they didn't get it, so they will actually be damaged and RTB instead of spotted and still on patrol. And I will confirm. I'm pretty sure they came from the Empire Pacific, but I'll double check that and correct it if it's wrong. All right, so now we're on to our subs that are coming out from the bases. We've got 2, it looks like, leaving from Dutch Harbor. So they will be able to go over here to the Kuril Islands without incurring any sort of transit event possibilities. And then no one else here has any subs ready for sea. We've got a few coming out of our submarine tenders. We've got the Sawfish and the Flying Fish leaving the Fulton, which is in the Marshall Islands. So we need to figure out where we want them to go. I think we were planning on sending them, excuse me, up to the East China Sea. So we do have 4 subs currently in the Marianas, so they will incur a +1 for congregating risk, and if either of them don't have radar, they will also have another +1 for shallow waters. Let's see, the Sawfish does have radar. The Flying Fish does not. So the Sawfish will just be +1 for congregating risk, but then -1 for being on transit event side. So they will only have a transit event possibility on a 9. So they make it there with no issues. Flip them to patrol side. And then the Flying Fish does not have radar, so +1 for congregating risk, +1 for the shallow waters, -1 for transit event side. So an 8 or 9 is what they want to avoid. And they do. So then we have just one sub, the Whale, coming out from the Sperry in the North Pacific. And I think we'll probably want to get him into the Empire Pacific. There are 4 subs in the Bonins. He could actually go through the Kuril Islands though and then not suffer any congregating risks, so we'll have him do that. So because he's on the transit event side and there's only one, we've only got 3 subs there now. There's only one red box here. No chance of a transit event. So he will be there. All right, that's going to do it for the operations segment, which takes us to the conclude turn phase, no weather stuff. Spotted markers. Ultra markers can come off too. Let's do that first. And then we need to roll for spotted markers. So we got one here, 6 or less. Got it. Any more hiding down in there? Yes. There's another one. That was the thresher that lost his. And so does the grouper. Trout, finback. Nope, that's it for there. Let's see if we got any in this giant stack. There's one all the way on the bottom. There's another one. Looks like that's it. Move all these subs that are staying out to the bottom of the stack. All right, so let's check for the tarpon. Loses his. And then the sea dragon. Does not. Okay, none in that pile. Let's check over here. There's one on the bottom there. Looks like the only one there. So the seal will attempt to lose their spotted marker. And they do. Got this little cattywampus here. There we go. All right, any here? Yes. That one's spotted RTB. We'll see if he can lose his. That's the sea wolf. Nope. I'm going to move the snapper down to the bottom of the stack. All right, over here, those spotted markers, none there, none there. How about yellow sea? Nope. Albacore to the bottom. None in the Sea of Japan. None there. We do have one here. It's going to be our last one. And keeps it. All right. So next up is advance the date to markers. So we're on to week 4 of July 43. And that will do it. So at the end of week 3 of July 43, we have 310 ships sunk for a total of 1,318,000 tons. And we've lost 26 subs. So that'll wrap up this episode. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.